Okay, we're having some technical difficulties here tonight, folks. I don't know what's going on here. Um, just chatting screen doesn't seem to want to work today. I set this up right? What's going on? Let's try exiting the game here. Okay, that's weird. That shouldn't have happened. Welcome on in, everybody. I'm Morden Rice. I'm your resident Voidside mechanic, old man, and streamer. Uh, oh, and it is Tuesday, at least for a lot of folks. For some of you, it might be Wednesday, late night, early morning, whatever it might be. Whatever time zone you happen to be in, I hope that you're having a good day, good evening, good afternoon, whatever it happens to be. And if not, I hope it gets a little better for you. And hey, maybe you can have a better time staying here and listening to me ramble on while playing video games. So, tonight we are doing a game called Sable, which I watched MyOSHA Atlas Eris play a little while back, and it looked fantastic. And so I have to now give it a shot because they strongly recommended it. So here we are. Now I had a lot of fun last night with Baldur's Gate 3, and we are definitely going back to Faerun. But for now, I feel like getting some hover cycle action in should be fun. But yeah, I hope you all are having a decent day. Ah, whatever happens to be. Hey, how's it going? are you all right, guy? Are you okay? Is everything all right? That is a heck of an emote to bust out as a hello. Oh, fair enough. I'm sorry you're not having a good time, but I understand having to persist through not great situations. So I hope it gets better for you soon, or at least uh, there clown. Is there clown stuff happening? Is that what's going on? Are people being clowns? Is that what you're implying? Because I can understand that. Like I saw something was happening on social media, but there's like 10 somethings, and like one of them I looked at and went, hmm, that looks like a big pile of nope. But yeah. Oh, whoop, he's getting away from me. Figure I might need tea for this one tonight. Ah, yeah, yeah, ah. On that scalp. I just got stuff on my tongue. Ah. They are good emotes. Like that is fantastic stuff. Ugh. Ugh. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. No, I understand. No, that's rough. Well, hopefully you'll be able to like uh, with medical stuff it's always rough because you always hope for things to get better. But I know that like my conditions, like some of the stuff I have will never get better. So it's just like I hope it alleviates, if nothing else. Uh, but yeah, I understand that. So uh, anyway, but yeah, we're looking at oh, I'm sorry, I'm kind of going through it a little myself today. I might be making some paw noises because weather's been changing up, so kind of kicks into the nerves and the joints a little. Uh, but we have this game has amazing music so far. This is the thing. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, the game was playing over my Viatatube instead of the Viatatube being linked. So yeah. Oh no, I understand. Like when I'll be honest, at my age, I've had a lot of friends go into the hospital for a lot of different reasons, and it's never fun. It's always a drag because even when they are able to come out and are better, it's just difficult. It's rough. It takes up a lot of energy. It takes up a lot of mental space. So I understand. And no, you're fine. You're fine. I just I'm without knowing anything further about the information, and I don't want you to feel like you need to dump anything or anything, but like I don't want to say something that's like, well, I hope they get better soon or whatnot, because sometimes that doesn't happen, or they get uh, out of a critical situation, but then they're in a longer term one. It's complicated, and I don't want to be treating it blithely. Is my own, but yeah, no, I understand. So, uh, yeah, when you get up to my age, unfortunately, it's just this nature of the world that health issues start coming in, and it affects everyone differently. And it's a difficult thing to have to deal with. Like, I've had to stare down the barrel of my own mortality more than once. It's why I kind of have this idea of, just kind of do what you want to do with your life, because not to the extent where like you can't put food on the table, but like you only get the one go around. So you get to just do the things that you want to do, because nobody knows when their time is going to be up. So yeah, it's just it's never easy. But I hope that everything gets better for you soon, or at least that situation gets better for you soon. Because yeah, it's dealing with that stuff. It's never fun. It's never, just like, oh, it's not a big deal. It weighs on you. You worry about it. You worry about the people you care about. So, in any event, I'm going to jump on over, and hopefully this will work properly this time. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, this is Sable. Like I said, I saw a certain Atlas Eris playing this a little while ago, and I love the aesthetic of it and just the world. So I'm going to see what I can do. So I get all the settings. Usually I trust the settings to just kind of work. I have to occasionally mess with the there we go. I have no idea what the controls are. We'll find that out. And if I have to turn on a controller, I will have to turn on a controller. The worst part is I can see the empties over here, but I'm like, they're virtually invisible against the menu screen. Oh my gosh, that jump scared me a little. Yes, I would like to start a new game. Yeah, isn't Atlas just awesome? Atlas, who never like tunes in while they're like driving home from work and can't respond to when we say nice things about them. Atlas Eris, the wonderful human being that they are, well, space prince that they are. By the way, you and Atlas are still the only two who figured that whole thing out with the inspiration, one of the inspirations for my design. Ooh, that's an interesting bug. I love this art style. Like, I really enjoy games that go for like high quality graphics and everything and super photorealism. That's all cool. But you give me a game with a really great art style, and it holds up so well. All right. Oh, okay, we got some Assassin's Creed Breath of the Wild style climbing here. That's neat. Feel let's go back here. Okay, yeah, that looks a little better, honestly. Did I move too fast? Oh. I did, in fact, move too fast. Okay, that's strange. Oh no, I can't rebind controls? Ooh. Wait, hold on. Maybe I can. And I rebind. Yes, okay. Rebind those two. Go to that. We'll see what happens. Yes, save change. The thing I love about art styles like this is that don't get things lost in the details, because sometimes when you go super photorealistic, it's real easy for things to get muddled in the details because they get shrunken down to like 3 pixels in size, and you can't really tell them apart from anything else. Whereas this, like, everything's very clean. It's not hard to see what's happening. Huh. But, oh, that's just bizarre. My CPU was starting to max out, and I was experiencing some slowdown. 60 frames per second, but there's no reason that should be happening with game because my GPU wasn't moving, my CPU was. All right. feel Jetty smiling behind her mask, just as I know she can feel the teeth-bearing little grimace behind mine. I'm nervous. She's softly, sweetly amused. In her eyes, I probably have very little to worry about. You know you have nothing to worry about, don't you, Sable? And yet, I shrug, but any attempts to act casual are fruitless. The movement is jerky, and I don't think I have ever been more aware of my little shoulders. She laughs. I mean it. But I do know how you are. You're going to be nervous until you've started, and then you'll act like you've been doing it your whole life. Remember the first time you rode a bike? You wouldn't even let me put you on the seat. You were so afraid. Your hands were like little claws gripping onto me. I feel the memory in my fingers. But then I promised you it was going to be all right. I told you how much I loved riding my bike as a young woman, and how wonderful the wind felt through the fabric. Suddenly, there you were. You sat down, you leaned forward and put those little grasping claws on the handles, and you were off. And I remember thinking, just watching her tear over the sand. Look at her. She can do whatever she wants. Daddy reaches out and places a hand on the edge of my mask. And you can, Sable. I take a breath. I don't know where to start. Daddy's story warms me, but I feel too overwhelmed to let it settle. I tell her with a sigh that I don't know where to begin. She chuckles. Well, I can help with that. You'll need to talk to Hilal and Driss. Driss should already have made the arrangements for your bike, and Hilal will share something, well, let's just say as useful as it is fun. I think I might suspect what Jadi's saying, but I stay quiet. After that, I suppose we'll see you off. What if I choose the wrong path? I ask Johnny what will become of me if I choose the wrong path. There are no wrong paths, Sable. All right paths. I'll be glad if you chose to stay with the Exceed. But truth be told, I'll be glad no matter what, so long as you're happy. Whatever you decide, you do so with my blessing. So don't try using me as an excuse to come home early, huh? She knows me. Now go speak with Hilal. I'll be there to see you off. And speak to Driss as well. I've told him to arrange your bike with Cizo, but you know how he is. I have something to give you. A compass to help you on your journey. It's the same one I used on my gilding. On my gliding. An artifact, you might say. I take the device in my palm. It's naturally there, perfectly weighted and crafted. Each component slides together with incredible, satisfying precision. Thank you. Like, look at this. Look at this UI, as a for instance. It's just enough to tell you everything you need. Everything's very clear. Everything's very precise. Like, I love games that very stylistic choices for their graphics, their UI, all that. Alright. Let's take a look around. Okay, talk to her again. Daddy greets me warmly. Hello, little glider. It's so strange getting called that. I tell Jaddy how strange it is to be called glider instead of Sable or even Clanchild. Just trying to get used to it. She seems to really like it, and maybe I like it too. My little glider. Right. Logging in. Hello, Sable. Unread messages, 0. You don't have mail. Have a good day. Though I've told myself not to be too eager, it's all I can do not to race up to Driss. Driss is the camp manager. He's been difficult to get a hold of lately, but now I strongly suspect that he's been working on my bike in secret. Perhaps it's extra beautiful or has some custom feature. What will its name be, I wonder? How fast will it go? Will my legs feel sore, or will I get used to it? Chris turns with a bit of a start. Sable! Hello? Hello, how are you today? I ask Chris how he is. I'm well. I let it hang there for a moment. But I can't do it. I'm too keen. And the words spill out. I ask Chris if he might sort of possibly maybe have a bike for me. Your bike! He yells it like it's an idea he's just had. Your bike! Yes, of course, right. Yes, your bike. That was meant to, that I prepared for you. Because today is your... fighting. Yes. Just nods along with me. Yes, of course, right. Yes. Yes, I do have that. My blood runs cold. Has he forgotten? By which I mean I arranged it for you in well, it's sort of a tutorial for you. A tutorial? Yes, exactly. A learning experience. You see, Sable, before one can ride their own bike, they must prove that they can ride a bike by taking a test ride on a different bike. I think about it and find I've never heard of that part of the gliding, but Driss does seem earnest. Sort of. So instead of worrying about your bike, I'd like you to try this bike as a test. Driss gestures to the sand cutter at his side. Quite old and a little shabby. A tester, if I've ever seen one. What's the bike's name? Driss seems scandalized. It's a bit personal, don't you think? Just sand cutter will do for now. Youngsters these days always asking questions. Now, ride the bike through the ring and back. And here's some advice for you, my young glider. Don't fall off. This thing sounds like a beater. Oh. I'm gonna get back on because I love that noise when it's turning off. That's great. I love that. This is fine. Don't worry about it. As I approach Halal, they give an enthusiastic wave. I've always appreciated Halal's verve and vigor, and on a day like this, I'm ready to match it, with a touch of nerves for balance. Sable, take this. Halal hands me a small, round stone. As it nestles into my palm, I feel a warmth not borrowed from Halal's hands, but emanating from within. I run my thumb over it and find it softly electric, like static on the cloth. What's this? I try to sound less confused than I am, but ask Halal what this is. Oh, Sable, you can't leave without it. What I've just given you is a gliding stone. What do you feel? I tell Halal that I feel electricity. Then you're doing it right. What you feel in that stone is openness. I look at the stone. It seems quite closed. Gliding stones are vessels for the perpetual. They suck up its power like little sponges and hold it there for you to channel. Right now it's empty or dormant, waiting for you to fill it up. I ask how I can do this. Take it to the temple ruins at the edge of the canyon. You'll be able to activate it there. They'll all clap their hands twice and bobs a little. I appreciate their good mood at a time like this. Come back to me once that's done. I want to hear all about it. What was your gliding like? I asked Jody about her gliding. I'll tell you when you get back. I cross my arms in protest. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to spoil any surprises. She lowers her voice to a whisper. But I did meet some crystal farmers once. Crystal farmers? And that's all I'll say about that. You should get going. And we're off. Oh, that's cool. I return to Driss, who somehow manages to seem caught off guard despite knowing that I was coming. Sable! Congratulations! How's your first pre-glide ride? Any strange rattles, unexplained hissing, small fires? What do you mean, fires? Surely you'd notice if you were on fire, even a little bit. Is that a possibility? Well, obviously it didn't happen, so I think we're fine. That's not... Okay, Driss. No. That's not how that works. Driss, is this bike dangerous? Well... He doesn't finish. Have you already been by Halal? All right. I'd nearly forgotten about Halal, and thank Chris for the reminder, before at least nudging him a little about the bike. I asked him if I'll still be getting one. Well, you're getting used to the use of the sand cutter. That's something, eh? You can borrow it to run your little errands. My little errands. And Halal's got something to show you, too. Help you out with more of that mobility you're after. With my confidence in this exercise only lightly tarnished, I thank Driss very much for his help and his bike, and depart for Halal. Well, since we've already talked to Halal, let's see here. Okay, so I need to take this to that temple off. This thing is going to explode. Hello. Ah, this looks familiar. Nothing of use to be found on the ship. I notice a blinking light flashing on the dashboard of the cockpit. Push the button. Push the button, Frank. A voice crackles from the machinery in front of me. It sounds like a recording. Barely audible. Stop messing around with those buttons, you absolute idiot. Sorry, Raman. Concentrate. I don't think I'll have to remind you how much work it was to get this far. Almost there. All right, let's see if that old machinist holds up. If not, there'll be hell to pay. Hear the sounds of mechanical adjustments being made. 3 clicks. Buttons being pressed, perhaps. Okay, when I push this orange thing, pull that lever. Hard. Yes, Raman. Sound of a click and a loud grunt, before a snapping sound. Oh, on Rohana's mask, not that hard. You've torn it out. Suddenly, speakers are filled with static and a low rumble that gradually increases in pitch. And then the sounds of someone cheering. It worked! We're flying! More cheering. Is that the sound of someone dancing? Okay, let's focus. The thing is moving fast. We need to slow down a bit. How do we do that, Raman? Let me check the machinist's notes. A long pause. The rumbling static sound that started playing when the ship took off is still increasing in pitch. Oh, that's not good. Raman? That lever, Toma. The one you just ripped out? We're going too fast. We're going to crash. We need to try to... Recording cuts off there. Yep. That's a thing that happens. Do not pull your throttle out. Huh? Are you looking for a calibrator? I tell Saima I have no idea what she's talking about. She seems annoyed, but that is generally her way. Saima laughs off my irritation, but I'm not going to give her the satisfaction. I cross my arms to try and effect a change. I'll give you the calibrator. I put out my hand, proud of myself for standing tall before Saima. If you give me some beetles. That's a fair trade, isn't it? Something you want, something I want. I try to decide if it's more mature to push her over and steal the calibrator or to acquiesce. Then I simply stifle a sigh and shake her little hand. Perhaps some of the adults at the camp know where I can find some. What's this about? Well, that's mildly concerning. see this one? Alright. Get off that little rolling death trap there. Oh, that's nice. That's a neat little feature. And the fact that Sable seems to be able to climb up sheer surfaces like that is genuinely terrifying. Speaking of genuinely terrifying, is that like Mothman? This is like a monster from like Lethal Company or something. Like it looks like one of the Lethal Company people that's run sprouted wings and wearing a loincloth. Okay. Well, we know that's not up to OSHA compliance. Huh. Okay, well, no fall damage. Actually, I wonder. Upsy daisy. Cover some stamina. Oh, cover some stamina. Then, there we go. And there was a ladder. back there. The stone thrums like the beat of a heart as I approach the altar. Am I afraid? Excited, or maybe right? I'm ready for Rahana to know me. I'm ready to know myself. I feel her curiosity in the sacred place. I know I'm in her sight. Oh, wow, okay, yeah. And wireless cell phone chargers get really aggressive in the future, huh? Don't stop me now. Having a good time, having a good time. Third floor, housewares. Sweet. Nice. All right. Huh. Huh? Thing sounds like it's gonna throw a gasket. Let's ride off cliff. Woohoo! Oh, you can't make that jump? Man. Alright, I'm leaving this here with you, buddy. If it blows up, then it's in your face and not mine. You don't have mail. I could ask about catching beetles for that awful little Sima. Do you know where I can find some beetles? There's a nest of beetles just east of here. Can't just walk up to one and catch it, though. There's some seeds growing on the rocks around the nest. Drop the seed on the floor and the beetle will start eating. Then you can sneak up and grab it. When I return to Halal, it's clear they know what I was just experienced. They're excited on my behalf in a way that makes me miss them before I even left. Isn't it incredible? How does it feel? Safe, like a warm hug. I tell Halal that I feel almost embraced by the perpetual, warm and safe in my own little bubble. They swoon. Oh, that's such a nice way of describing it. Halal's mood doesn't darken, but with a sigh they let out, holds a bit of sorrow. You're very lucky, you know. I miss it so much, that feeling just floating on the breeze. But I suppose that it's best that it fades with age, or else I might never come back from my gliding. I'd just be out there, heaving myself into chasms. I'll heave myself into chasms for you. I tell Halal I'll throw myself into 1,000 chasms on their behalf, and they giggle. Aw, that's what I like to hear. I know people manage to keep it up, but I don't know that I've got the time to practice as much as they do. It takes a really serious focus. Halal laughs, even if there's a bit of regret in it. I certainly haven't got that. Still, I suppose the gliding wouldn't mean much if it were all gains and no loss. I think about that, but decide there is already too much loss in my mind to consider it much further. I say goodbye to my clan. I am saying goodbye to my clan, my family, my home, and my childhood. Lose the perpetual as a sacrifice for another time. You're gonna love it out there, Sable, even when you don't. My advice: try to have fun. There's a lot to be said about about ritual and independence and all of that out there, but the world's an easier place if you put joy first. I thank Halal for their advice and for their help, and tell them that I'll miss them. It'll be over before you know. A warning and a reinsurance, all in one. I say goodbye to Halal. Before I go, Halal gestures to the tower. It sees over to see me before I leave the clan. Alright. Before I do that, Beetle Detour. Oh, right. Hi. Alright, I guess I'm not done with the bike yet. Probably gonna scare off all the beetles, but here we go. Alright. Go. Where do Yes. Yeah, okay, this is that, right? I don't know what that is, but hey, I have 20 of them. Huh. And gotcha. Oh, nothing wrong here. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. And joink. You even be able to see me. And all right. Cave underneath the camp. You know, that genuinely safe place for children to play. Caves. Like you do. I say as I'm currently playing on a bike that could explode at any minute that I'm currently taking off. Safety. For everyone. Really. I feel embarrassingly vindicated as I hand Simon the beetles. But rather than gloat, she hands me the calibrator and begins to cry. What have I done? You're leaving. You're leaving and you'll never come back. I'm gonna let her cry it out. You gotta feel your emotions sometimes. She blows her nose on then wipes her hand on her tunic. Kara never came back after the last gliding. Aren't you sad? You were her friend. I miss her too. There's been a letter here and there, but it is always us rather than me. To us rather than to me. I'm not bitter, but I hope not to be like that. Please don't go. I tell Simon not to worry, that I will be back sooner than she knows, and I'm sure she pouts behind the mask. And I add that if I'm not back sooner than she knows, then she'll be ready for her gliding, and by then she can come bother me herself. Promise? I say yes. Good. And I suppose I can come see you all. I thank her and say goodbye for now. Aw. Bexy red dye. Dye bottle with colors of the Bexy red dye. Oh, oh, oh. As in Genshin, as with Breath of the Wild, as with this game, I will constantly run into walls and climb them. How is it that Simon manages to contain so much chaos and verve in so small a form? Even now, there is something troublesome being dreamed up behind that mask. I know it. Sounds like a good kid. Not gonna lie. This time I am leaving this good bite. Down here. And leaving it. That's neat. It's like radioactive glass. Or whatever Timmy used to fix his headphones. Umar is a man of few words, and he is nothing if not consistent. But what does he need 4 buckets for? The world may never know. That's big glider. You. I tell Jaddy I'm actually a big glider. She laughs. You're right. You are. Stable, noted adult, and big glider. I'll keep that in mind. I love her. I love her already. Oh, hey. As she looks out across the landscape, Zeki's shoulders sag a little. I wonder what she's thinking about. Something on your mind? Zeki's voice is weakly incredulous. I don't know how she's done it. That's Ilaria over there. I follow her gaze to a little speck in the distance, which I now understand is her daughter, Ilaria. Does she need help? Zeki shakes her head. No, she's fine, and I'll get her. I'm just... She shrugs. Parenting. I suppose I'll know more about that when I'm older. Yeah, you know, you have situations sometimes where, like, a kid or a pet, and you just go, I don't know, like, I can't even be mad. I'm just impressed. How did they do that? I now have 40 of whatever that is. Zizo is an outplanner to the Ubexi, but I've known her for nearly as long as I can recall, and think of her more as a kind of distant relation than any sort of outsider. Machinists, I'm told, are given their posts, and by their training and their code, they must go where they are needed. But Cizo has been among us so long that it's easy to forget that it's assignment first and foremost. As far as any of us are concerned, he's one of us. I think there is a perception among the other clans that the Ibexi are quite insular, but that our designation of Ibexi versus Outplanner suggests some nervous othering of those who are unlike us. But in practice, such things are more the result of our nomadic nature. Seek to know who will travel with us and who we must leave behind. But all are welcome to join. Aw? And I'm always pleased that Cizo did. Sable, how do you do, clan child? I can only think of one thing. A bit worried. Am I really getting a bike? Because, Cizo has a pretty quality tuber voice. Okay. See if I can do this. And it rumbles with her mask when she laughs. She's quite a serious person most days, and I am always torn between pride and alarm when I manage to make her chuckle. Yes, Jadi told me how excited you were. Cizo sniffs. She also told me Driss would be coming along to get your bike together, but I think he may have... I knew it. What? I hadn't meant to say that out loud, so I tell her I was just clearing my throat. I don't begrudge Driss his forgetfulness. Were I tasked with so many odds and ends, I might be just as scattered. And besides, this will be good for you. I want you to scavenge the hoverbike parts yourself. That sounds like an adventure. Tell Cizo that I like the sound of that. There's a little adventure before my big one. It's more meaningful than you know. To bond with one's bike before it has taken form is more privilege than labor. Here, take this. Cizo hands me something. This is a navigator. You can use it to mark waypoints on your compass. It should be useful in finding old parts. I ask Cizo where I might start looking. Our bikes are reborn in the ruined ships, in fragments spread apart. A good start would be the ship down there near the camp. To find another on that great rock near the other side of the canyon. And another behind the old dam on the hill. Use your navigator to mark that down if you need. You'll need to gather a control panel, a power supply, and a calibrator. Oh, I jumped ahead a little bit. Do most gliders make their own bikes? I ask Cizo if most gliders really make their own bikes. Only the lucky ones. I tell Cizo that I'll see her soon, and head off in search of components. Together we will create something new out of the old. Cizo is waiting for the parts. I still need to find an atomic power supply, and I still need to find a control panel. Atomic power supply. Okay. Using your navigator to mark interest. Okay, you can ask for parts of your map by placing on the ship's Cizo. Okay. And now... Hey, kiddo. Laria. The balloon was more fun than the person in it. I approached the cartographer. Cartographer Jordan. Ah, greetings, child. I saw you looking longingly at my great balloon. Quite a piece of work, isn't she? She really is. I know that enthusiastically. It really is an impressive vessel. However nervous I get imagining being up there all alone. I wonder if anyone's ever fallen off of one. Best not to ask right now. Well, good to meet you, and oh, I should introduce myself. I'm Jordan. Tell them I'm Sable. I suppose if you've come all this way to see me, it's probably a map you're after, eh, Sable? I would love a map. To the cartographer, I'd love a map. Of course you would. That'll be 50 cuts. My ears, it's a fair price for a map, but too expensive for a pre-gliding glider with empty pockets. I tell Jordan I'll be back. I need to ask Jotty for some money. Farewell, child. Grandma, can I have 50 credits so I can buy a map? Yeah. Aki gets stuck in a chair cover, huh? Yeah. 50 credits for map viewer. Try to hedge the way I speak about this, as I'm not entirely sure whether that's too much, not enough, or precisely its value. It tells me not to worry. Oh! Okay. Here's some money to get you going on your journey. Use it mostly wisely, then a little unwisely when the mood strikes. It's good to know the value of money, but you never want to be ruled by it. That is... There's a lot of, like, wisdom coming out of Jaddy. I gotta tell you. I like her. I like her a lot. Yeah. That's getting stuck in chair covers, getting stuck in places it's not supposed to be. I had one time I took Stormcloud to the vet, and there was like a 2.5-inch gap under the desk. That was like a platform for the for like a computer in the vets in the exam office. And Stormcloud was so scared that she crawled underneath that completely, just that tiny little ledge. And I had to like try and like get her out, like fish her out. I was genuinely impressed. And I felt bad because, of course, nobody likes to see their pets that scared. But sometimes when you bring a pet to the vet, they just are not like themselves because it's a new place. It smells of so many other animals and people. Thank Jordan for the Ewer map, all its vast possibilities. Something about this makes it feel more real. Good luck on your gliding, Sable. I still remember mine. Ask how it was. Short. I knew since I was a boy that cartography was for me, but I spent a little extra time out there just to enjoy the world. Speaking of, keep an eye on the skies, eh? Plenty of my colleagues out there, and they'll have more maps to sell you, from Akoa to the Soda Quakes. Thank Jordan for the tip and say goodbye. Farewell, child. Oh. Ooh. Fancy. Fancy. Alright. Where's my bike? Back that way. Right. Not out of it yet. The one that I was recently not recently, like a couple months ago, was when Gremlin ended up climbing Stormcloud's cat tree. And I was like, that's not where you're supposed to be, puppy. That is not where you're supposed to be. She actually got up there because we put Stormcloud's food at the top of the cat tree so that only Stormcloud could get it. Gremlin got up there and stole Stormcloud's food like twice before we were able to actually stop that from happening. And like, I'm impressed. Stormcloud was not happy. Yeah, we're talking about you, little girl. You're real happy with your sister. No. On the top bunk of the kid's bed to harass the eldest. How'd that go? How'd that go, Kai? Oh, yeah. Ooh. I love how, like, Grandma gave us, like, Christmas money in this game. Like, that's just hilarious to me. And it's like, spend some of it wisely, and then the rest of it, you know, go nuts. Have fun. Oh. I found the atomic power supply. That was surprisingly easy after the last one. Hello, Stormcloud. And Stormcloud's on my way. Oh, hello. Huh. Ash of 100 cuts made from metal harvested from crashed ships. They have holes punched through the middle where a rope can be slid for easy and convenient transportation. I've always loved coinage that has holes in it. Aww. They knew this dog. They have 2 labs. They were all pretty okay about everything. Mackey's happy because it makes the kids, but more so all the smells in that place. Cat got upset that I didn't play it. Very funny. Wow. Okay. Yes. Yeah, so I know the stereotype of cats is that, oh, cats are anti-social. No, cats are social, but they want to be social on their terms. Like Stormcloud here loves Gremlin, but Gremlin is being social on Gremlin's terms, and Stormcloud wants to be social on Stormcloud's terms. So it's a challenge because, like, if Gremlin is calm and quiet and sleepy, Stormcloud walks up and gives her kisses and will hang around more. It's just that most of the time, Stormcloud gets seen by Gremlin, and Gremlin goes, "My best friend!" and just hauls ass, top speed. But no, cats, especially, you know, they vary because they're, you know, cats are individuals just like any person is or any dog. But some are really love bugs. The water has something wrong with it. All fell out. But yeah, some cats want attention. Like Stormcloud wants to be in my lap now constantly. Didn't used to be. But now that she does, it's like, can I be in your lap? If not, why not? Monster, how dare you? and then she'll like sit on my mouse pad and just. My favorite one was I was playing Final Fantasy 14 at the time. Ooh, that's a lot of machinery. But I was playing Final Fantasy 14, and Stormcloud figured out somehow that if she hit the enter button on my number pad, right, that I would stop what I was doing in the game and pay attention to her. And so she very deliberately she sat down and just smacked her paw on the enter button and was like, "What? Pay attention to me." Sniffed and walked away. Oh no. Wait a second. That's not how this is supposed to work. Get back here. Right now, Stormcloud is not on my lap. He is just on one leg. He is laid down on a thigh and has said that's good enough. Of course, now I have to move because the extra weight on that one leg was like, nope, that's not working. And she is very upset and is not going back. Okay, I think that's it. Did I actually get all the parts? Alright, now I gotta go back to season. Yeah, but nah. These days, Stormcloud was a feral, and she was very skittish for a while when I first got her, and she kind of took cues from me of like what's not skittish about, and now she's opened up and she's like, okay, everything's fine. I just don't want to have to deal with X, Y, or Z thing today. Chum egg. What? Offered up by chums when planting themselves into the ground. Perfectly smooth and hard as a rock, these eggs seem to float with how light they are. There must be a good place to deliver. There must be a good place to deliver them. Okay. I mean, right now I just want to get my bike built because this thing is. This thing is agitating me with the noises it's making. Never want to see that thing again. Oh, it's Hall again. Okay. There's a great verse that says much about our folk. Very to understand. I just noticed they've got a cybernetic leg across these. Okay. I turn to Cizo with the parts, and it's as she waves me over that I feel a pang of sadness in my chest. When will I see her again once I'm gone? Well done, Sable. Yes, this is everything you need. Are you ready to assemble a bike of your own? Yeah, I'm ready. So relaxes in the workshop. It isn't that she's particularly rigid or anxious ordinarily, but there's a certain calm beauty that one only truly appreciates when Cizo is in her element. I wonder if it's this way for all machinists. What you must understand, Sable, is that the components you acquired, they fit together, not by chance, not by effort, but by nature. They belong to her. They have always belonged to her. All we are doing is assembling her, what she has already been. I nod and feel a soft buzzing in my ears. Among my clan, we believe that machines have names, held for ages like deep secrets, unheard by those unequipped to listen. We'll find this one's name together. Okay. Izo relaxes in the workshop. Okay, cool. Moon. Listen. Izo tilts her head a moment, leaning closer to Moon. All at once, I know the hoverbike's name. Moon, I say in a whisper to let Cizo know. Moon. Moon. Well done, Sable. Does she want to go with me? She does, clan child. Moon has a wandering spirit, like you, I think. Tell Simoon that I'm eager to know her better, and Cizo looks quite proudly at the both of us. You are ready, then, for the gliding. May all the gods turn their faces from you, Sable. An odd blessing, perhaps, but Cizo is prone to such things, and I can read in her tone that it was meant quite sweetly. You must learn to listen to Simoon, care for her. Seek out my fellow machinists on your travels, Sable. They will teach you the art of machine whisper. Oh, and here, take this. It's a machinist badge. You'll meet plenty of my ilk on your gliding. Show them your worth, and they'll give you more badges. I thank Cizo twice for good measure and give a bow. I am ready. Okay. All right. Sweet. Ah. Look up to the cliff edge. The sure hooves of the ibex anchored the scent. Horned sentinels guarding the high plateau. Our boots find purchase in the stone, and remember the days when we could not fly. All right, Grandma. For that. You don't have mail. I return to Johnny with a new lightning, and it makes the weight of my departure feel heavier still. A strange day. Sable, is that a badge you've got there? Cizo gave it to me. Tell Jaddy that Cizo gave me the badge. And you must have earned it. Well done. I give a bow of thanks. Well, Sable, if you keep this up, you'll be headed for the mask caster in no time. I try not to think about going to a mask caster. It seems impossibly far away. Imagine choosing what I want to be. Imagine choosing what I want to be forever. I know what you're thinking, but don't worry about it. You'll get plenty of badges when you're out there, and once you've got 3 alike, you can trade that in for a mask. Don't feel like your first mask is your final choice. The gliding is about freedom and exploration. I suggest you claim as many masks as you wish. Only at your final ceremony will you be asked to choose one. How will I choose one? You'll have to feel it out. But when you know, you'll know. Now. The tone of her now puts butterflies back in my stomach. With all of this done, there's only one thing left. It's time then, isn't it? Time to walk through the face door of the Temple of Roana. There you'll assemble your gliding mask. And go. The things I wish to convey to Jaddy here, depths of love and gratitude and fear and worry and hope. And though I find myself unable to speak any of it in words, I know she understands. Before you leave, child, I made you these. They're dyed with the traditional Libexi maroon, and I hope provide you great comfort out in the desert. When you leave today, you will no longer be Sable, clan child of the Ibexi. You will simply be Sable, and the rest will come. But no matter what you are, no matter where your journey takes you, I will always know you. Always love you. And I will see you again. I don't know where my journey will end, but I know where it must begin. And I am ready. I have to get back on that beater. I'm gonna have to get back on that beater. Chris asks me a series of increasingly strange questions before I make an excuse to take my leave. Oh dear. Let's see. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. Child's mask. Oh. I mean, I want to kind of explore this area a little bit. I feel like I should be able to. This is all one canyon. They're gonna kick me out and never return until I'm done with the thing? Because I don't want to be driving around this canyon in this thing any longer, but I don't want to feel like I'm missing stuff in the canyon. It's like right there. It's another 20 credits. But yeah, this game story is very sweet so far. I'm really liking that. Okay. Like, I want to get rid of this thing, but I don't want to leave behind, like, cool stuff. Like, I might not have found that that little weird egg thing. Oh, yeah, I put them in there. North, Dunboyne. South, the Wind Tower. West, Chums is written crudely on the sign. And northwest, Burnt Oak Station. That will all make sense sooner or later, I am certain. Touch. This place is a graveyard of ships. Is this what those were? Yeah, okay, this is where the beetles were. Now let's see if there's anything. Alright. Any spots I really haven't gone to? I can try going. Oh, yeah, I guess it's that time. Oh, hello, beetles. Oh, okay, that's fun. All right. Yeah, I guess I've kind of been everywhere already. Like, there might be a couple of places I missed as far as down there. I think it's time to just strike out on my own. I want to try and explore more, but this beater is getting me, killing me. Instead, I should be able to fast travel back, right? So, like, ideally, that should still be the case. Goodbye, beater. I hope I never see you again. That's really cool as an effect. Oh, wow. And we've entered Tron, from the looks of it. Oh, Tron, my god, it's the MCP. Try this. You know, it just occurred to me that that was a pillar and not a control panel. Alright, get your breath, kiddo. Yeah, there we go. 100 monies. Mothman. Crouched and ready to go. Alright. Well, I hope this isn't timed. Oh, there you go. Huh. Alright. Awesome. There we go. The Hunter of Mothman. Okay, well, all the previous masks of the Avatar are looking at the new mask here. Alright, and return to camp. You're putting on... There we go. Mask worn of those in the Sand Sea made of bone. One's particular, the Abexi, are made from the skulls of a mountain goat. Given how much climbing we're going to be doing in this game, I can see why. Ah, video game ladders. Reason to go upstairs again, just head out the front door. And just like that, color return. Return to the camp. Okay. Well, at least it's not that far. Oh, everything's gone. Logging in. Hello, Sable. Johnny's voice echoes strangely through the machine, so yet still it warms me. Well, Sable, this is it. By the time you hear this, we'll have gone. The gliding is a journey that must begin alone. There's a certain nuance lost in transmission, and for that I am grateful. It'd be far too much to hear the cracks in her voice and not run weepily into her arms to stay forever. But I am ready, so I close my eyes and listen. For though you go by yourself, you are not without friends, and you're not without family. You are not without love. These things you will always carry with you as you do your mask. And I know I'm not supposed to do this, but if I were you, I might go see Utari. They're the machinist at Burnt Oak Station, among Caesar's closest friends. Utari is a good contact to have on one's gliding, and a fine way to get another machinist badge if you're so inclined. Only a suggestion, though. As for us, I'll send another message once we've returned to the UN. Keep an eye on the post boxes, and try not to forget us. Takes a long breath, and I forget that things as easy as breathing could ever exist. The world is waiting, Sable. Good luck. Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, but you guys remembered my bike, right? You remembered my bike? Well, the bike remembered me, at least. Hey, buddy. Oh, there we go. That's more like it. Oh, I'm gonna have to get used to this. Oh, that's like butter. So much better. Oh, this new bike, I love it. Wait, is there a thing? There. Ooh, that's a nice little touch. Little slide there. We can trying to hold on to something above. I love the animations too. Like it's low frame, but it's so nice. Very expressive. There's a term for this, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Like animating on the twos or threes or something like that. It was done in Spider-Verse, and where the frame rate, different animations, was different. So like certain types of animations would be happening with one type of frame rate, and then there'd be another type of frame rate, and it was this whole thing of just all these different frame rates, and it makes a real difference with the final product. Final product. Hey, buddy. I knew there was a third one of you somewhere. Possibly more. Speaking of more, I don't like the name of these, but that is a pretty cool animation and everything. But yeah, just like it always bothers me whenever I see like, hey, I upscaled 60 frames per second, super high def stuff. Like, I don't mind when things are high def necessarily, but like, not everything needs to be 60 frames per second. Not everything needs to be 144 frames per second. Sometimes things can be 12 frames, 4 or 3. It's not that big of a deal. And I get some people like, oh, but I like the smoothness. It's like, I'm somebody who can actually appreciate, you know, 60 frames a second versus 30 frames a second or 144 frames per second. Like, those are all things that I can see and appreciate. And when you're playing, like, I don't know, a first person shooter or something, the higher frames per second matter much more than they would otherwise. But when you're talking about animation, there's two major factors. One of them is that sometimes, and quite frequently in fact, the different frame rates are chosen for a reason. Particularly when you get to like big budget movies, like the Spider-Verse or something. If you're
doing a frame rate that is not 60 frames per second, which most animations aren't, they're usually 4, there's usually a reason, a justification. When you're doing even movies, regular movies, you choose those frame rates because sometimes, like when you see those really fast, because again, most things are like shot 4 frames per second, 30 frames per second, 32 frames per second. If you see things in higher frame rates, it registers differently in your brain. And I personally have found it kind of just jarring when I see movies that are in frame rates higher than what I'm used to. Because, like, I remember seeing, like, I think it was one of the Avengers movies or whatever, and it didn't look right. Like, something looked actually wrong in the movie. Like, it was more real in front of me, and, like, the high resolution and the high frame rate. And what really struck me, what was really just kind of strange, was how much it felt like I was looking at a soap opera in terms of ah, sorry, like how much I felt like I was looking at a soap opera in terms of the film quality, which is weird because it was super high quality film, like high resolution, high frame rate, all that kind of stuff. But it looked like it was, well, a soap opera, like it was cheap TV, you know? And what I found out was soap operas have been filming at that frame rate for years, in part because it made the scenes feel more real, more in front of you, and more like you're just there in the moment. So it's weird that's the case. Yeah, I mean it's that's part of it too, is like if you're going for a style, like this game is very stylistic. It's got a very, you can tell the, like, I mean, look at this. This game does not have a tremendous number of polygons in it. It's not. Like you can see here, if I zoom in on this, you can see that's not a really great circle on there. You can see the angles on the bike circle there. And that's fine. It's fine. I don't mind it. The wings are pretty straight. Like it's beautifully designed. And I don't want to make it seem like, oh, more polygons would make this look better. Like it looks perfectly fine. But those were design choices. In 20 years, someone will pick up this game and the resolution might be 5 times what it is now. But those polygons will be the same for the most part. Shaders will be the same, and it'll still look as good as it does now because the art design is phenomenal. Because uh, the just the design choices are good. It's like Team Fortress 2 came out close to 20 years ago, and people are still playing it. It still looks good. The characters are iconic. Oh, oh, this music is gorgeous. I love this. But yeah, like Team Fortress 2 today still looks really good. Does it look as good as, a modern game made with similar sensibilities? No, not exactly. But it still looks really good. Whereas, like, ooh, that was a fun trick. Whereas Half-Life 2, still looks fine, looks okay, but it doesn't look as good as it did when it first came out. When Half-Life 2 came out, it was amazing. People were like, oh my gosh, it's so cool. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? What's this? Okay. Oh, the guy you just made? Yeah, sure. How do you want to send that to me? Here. Okay, here we go. Oh, that's cool. Do you want me to say who it was, or do you want to keep that secret? Okay, yeah. I didn't know if you were like, because like if you were making that as like a surprise for Jack, I didn't want to like say anything. Yeah, that's cool. All right, let's see here. This thing. Okay, let's go. Direction that Grandma put us. But yeah, that's neat. I haven't done sculpting stuff in forever. Whoa, what the? Ooh, that's a tight fit. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I love animation. Like, I studied it briefly in college and realized that I did not have the dedication that I would need for that. And I want to say it like that because it's not about talent in the sense that a lot of people think about it. A lot of people think, oh, talent, you're like born with it or you're not. I'm like, no. No, this is a skill like any other, and I just do not have the dedication to make it happen. I love animation. I adore animation. But that is a very, very time intensive skill that takes a lot of work to be able to hone. Oh, hey, buddy. And for me, I loved it, but I didn't love it enough to keep going with it. But I love seeing it in action. I love like animated films. And like I remember watching Bocchi the Rock uh, last year now, I guess. And the animation just kept blowing me away because it was just so because they kept experimenting with different things, particularly during like Bocchi's episodes where Bocchi is freaking out. And I adored every single little experiment they did because it was just like they were having so much fun with it. But on top of that, there were these little flourishes they put into just the regular animation, just the animation of people walking around and doing the most mundane things. That was so good because it showed a level of dedication and caring and just love for the simple act of animating people doing things. And I mean, we get focused a lot in, you know, the animation industry gets focused a lot on like big, cool, amazing stunts. Like, you got Red Line, you got all these other animations that get just real built into it, and then all the sakuga that ends up happening, all the really great action sequences. But there's something about just animating a walk cycle really, really well that's just so fun. and so good. And I adore it. Oh. Ah! Wobble, 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 wobble. Okay, I didn't exactly park on the lines, but it's okay. It's fine. Shepherd Leah. Well met, Glider. What's in that glass vial? Oh, I made this. It's a color palette for a hover bike, inspired by my work as a herder. Here, take some, I insist. I'd be very proud to see you riding a bike with my colors, Sable. Well met, Glider. Kid goats of my clan. Ah, so you're familiar with their temperament. I suppose you are Ubexi? Say hello to Umar and Jadi for me. Aw. Well met, Glider. What's up with the statue? Ah, you may recognize her. Oana. She was a great herder of many creatures. They say she came from the whale and herded the ancestors of the creatures we herd today. We teach that keeping your herd near her statues will keep them together, well fed and healthy. See you around. Oh, that's cool. Nomadic Merchant Bobby. Glider, welcome. Come view my wares. Let me have this camp. This is one of many beetle tent stations around Midden, named after that big old burnt tree over there. Not sure what species an oak is, mind. There's plenty of characters passing through here. They're all worth a bother if you're on your gliding. Never know what badges and masks you might pick up. Don't be shy. Chat to the tent owners, interrogate the machinists, and any other people you see around. There's also the scrapper's yard just below the big crane over there. There's a lazy scrapper down there who'll make finding scraps worth your time. See you soon. Okay. Keep talking? That's a big beetle. He's a big boy, Fred. Don't let his size fool you, though. He's a soppy fella. Loves a snuff. Won't help you much with worm attacks, but he can pull anything through a sand drift without any struggle. See you soon. We're gonna get a merchant's badge. Merchants aren't liable to just give out badges freely. Your best bet there is to head to a Kriya. There's a big market in town there, worth trying to Iria's attention. There's a big market in town there, must be trying to get Iria's attention if you want to get yourself some merchant's badges. Be careful how you do it, mind. She's not the friendliest customer. See you soon. I would like to trade. Smashing! Have a gander at my goods. Ooh. Okay. 75, 75, so that's 150. That would be 25. That'd be 300, 450. Those all look really cool, but I have just enough money for one set. And not the other. I meet Aoife, the innkeeper of the camp. What can I do for you? Do you have any tasks that need doing? Or I can even finish the question if you shouts. Larval husks. I repeat the words back to her as a clarification. She nods. I need some larval husks. How much do you know about beetles? A little bit. Well, I'm not sure if this part is that. Yeah. Not sure if this is part of that little bit, but larval husks are what get left behind when the beetle larvae grow. Beautiful, really tough casings. If you don't mind, I'd be grateful if you could collect some for me. The type I'm looking for are Hercules beetles. You won't need to go far, but the nest is guarded by the mother beetle. You're going to have to find a way to get past her. Tell her that I'll do my best. Anything else I can help you with? Nope. Oh. Guard before me stands tall, her posture shaped by duty, uniform weathered by years. Hello there, young glider. I'm nearly startled by the force of her greeting, but her voice is comforting somehow, warm and welcome. greeted with the accidental enthusiasm of a traveler finding a friend. She smiles behind the mask. Always nice to meet a fellow adventurer, especially now. How are you faring so far? I've never felt more free. Oh, how lovely that must. Oh, how lovely that must be. I might normally be a little jealous, but my circumstances are opening right up. I'm about to join you in that blissful freedom. Think about the balled up fabric and smoothed out rock that will make my next pillow, and many to come. My neck aches faintly at the thought of how many nights I'll spend this way. It's possible I'm romanticizing it a little. See, I'm getting leave on my second gliding. Reads the confusion in my silence. Did no one tell me of the second gliding? I suppose it isn't real second gliding, but it's how I'm thinking about it. A chance to see the world again, how it's changed. I'm an Akreen guard, you see, or I was an Akreen. I was an Akreen guard. As of 3 days ago, I'm officially retired. You should have seen the way the others looked at me. There's a laugh in her voice. All of them were so baffled to see me go, telling me how much I'd missed the big city. A few of them even felt sorry for me. What would I do now that my life's purpose is complete? Can you imagine? I try to, but I can barely muster a view of my purposes, let alone its end. Shake my head. I said, thank you for all the strange condolences, but tomorrow marks the first time in decades that I'll wake up in the morning and have absolutely no idea what lies ahead, and I've never been more excited. Don't get me wrong, I love my work. I even loved the noise and trouble of Eccria. But I've spent enough of my life standing around looking hard. It's time to explore. Her glee is infectious. Ask where she'd like to go. I'm heading to the Badlands, I think. I want to see the Bridge of the Betrayed. If you haven't already, you should definitely go and see it yourself. You'll want the northern Badlands southwest of here. I nod, trying to keep in the directions in mind. Lysa gives me a little tap. Maybe I'll see you up there. Aw. And she's gone. Just like that. It was like she was never here. You look like a mechanist. But I've been wrong before. Hello? Mask caster sits, unmoving, silent. Can't tell if the mask caster is human or something else. I've heard about mask casters and stories about glidings before. Gliders should collect 3 badges of a set to bring them to the caster, for whom the mask shall be cast. Oh, from whom the mask shall be cast. I should look for some more badges. I leave the mask caster. I like how, like, when it's that stuff that's like, stuff with the mask, it's like, all the color leaves this kind of monochromatic space. It is a challenge not to view Scrappers through quite a romantic lens. As I looked toward my gliding as a child, I pictured myself as a dust-covered traveler, exploring strange forbidden places and finding strange forgotten things, a treasure hunter of old and arcane objects. And though I'm certain the grind of sifting through sand and dirt for useful tools and things left over can wear anyone down, I cannot help but weave some thread of my fantasy into the reality. Greetings, Glider. Name's Alton. I give a bow and introduce myself as Sable. Find much scrap metal out there, Sable? It's been known to happen all the time. Good, good. Alton leans back and looks up at the ceiling thoughtfully. Got a task for you then, if you're up for it. The hesitation in my voice is a product of gentle intimidation, but I stand up straight and casual enough to seem like I'm up for anything. Alton seems to believe it enough. I need scrap, Sable, and lots of it. And you out there already, doing basically nothing. Alton chuckles to himself. Didn't say it like that. Gliding's odd, huh? You have nothing to do, so you have everything to do. I wonder if anyone's ever spent their gliding just lying around. I don't know if that counts as a gliding. Say with a smirk that I don't imagine it would count as a gliding. the same time, I wonder if people do go out and use the time simply to be with themselves in a safe and reflective space. Could it matter as much the mask we chose if we found our purpose deep within? Oh no, should I be doing that? Alden clears his throat, and I'm grateful to be shaken free. Anyhow, the task. Let's see if you can understand this. Yeah, it's a bit complex. Tell him I'm ready. Go out, find scrap, bring it to me. What sort of scrap? Ask Gotham what sort of scrap you'd like. All of it. Big scrap, little scrap, medium-sized scrap. If it's made of metal, and it's too busted up for anything else, I want it. Think you can handle that? I tell him I'm happy for any reason to explore, and I'll return with everything I find. Say goodbye, doll. Alright. Still not where I was expecting it to be. Oh, that's gorgeous. Ooh. Actually, hold on a second. Alright. Alien world, I shouldn't expect Dead Reckoning to work like it does on others. Oh, I can't climb the sheet. No. But I could climb the flat stone before. Okay, sure. That makes sense. Oh, hey. Another one of these things. I don't know what they're useful for yet. But I've got another. Alright. Logging in. Hello, Sable. Unread messages 0. You don't have mail. Have a good day. Oh. Oh. Dusk Firefly. Huh. Narrow stalk. Badly my favorite food. Fruit, the first thing I would ask for when we pass traveling merchants' exit. Huh. Oh, now can I talk to you? I thought that's who it was. The machinist looks me over. You're late. For what? For our meeting one another. You want to have come sooner. Ask the machinist how they know me. I do not know you. Not yet. Perplexed, I wait for them to explain themselves, but they seem to wait for the same. Briefly, I feel a hint of shame as I remember times I have been late among the Ubexi, things that I have slipped up in doing. I dismiss my doubts as I recall them. As I recall that I have no idea who this strange machinist is. I ask them. My name is Utari. One of the immediate relevance to you is that I am a friend of Ciso. I ask then if Ciso alerted them to my impending arrival. How she looks out for me, that its waypoints and oases along my gliding. Comforting thought. No. It was your hover bike. I heard it for the first time months ago. Tell the shape of the voice. Of her voice. Sorry. Tell Atari that it was not Simoon they heard, for Ciso and I only built her a few days hence. They wave their hands at me in a hurried dismissal. Did Ciso teach you so little? The voices of our machines are eternal. More ancient than even than their forms. I hear them, as I always have. And yours I thought would be soon. But here we are. Now let us speak of why you'd have come. Our needs converge atop the wind tower. Tell me more. Something has stopped the tower working. I was hours away from going to see it for myself, but you and Simoon came after all. Go there, bend what is broken, or soothe what is hurt, and I will give you what you seek. Ask Utari if they know what I seek. I omit that I might not. Direction. I'll be waiting for you. Travel swiftly and safely. I say goodbye to Utari. I want to customize my bag. Yes. Oh. Oh. All right. Ooh, I like that. All right. All right. Okay, I'm gonna do something a little risky, but I feel a great desire. So here we go. Hey, buddy. I want to trade with you. Be back for those other parts, don't you worry. Oh, wow, they're just better. Oh, tell me that's what I think it's gonna do. Okay, all right. All right. Okay, I can live with that. Not what I was expecting, but like it. I like the look of the original. I like the trail of the original. The trail of the original is great, but I love the design of it. All right, let's go. You know what? Let's go say hello to that guy in the balloon over there. And I don't have any money. I just spent everything. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I can work with this. Okay. So let's follow that quest. Oh, let's follow that quest. Not unfollow it. And boop. Hmm. Sounds a little different. I kind of like the sound of the original one, but yeah, we'll do for now. On day 3 now. Looks like it's saying like past midnight or day 3. kind of hoping this isn't a time limited game because I'd love to just explore more. Oh, that looks like a turbine. I see smoke. Nope. Huh. Hey, there, little guy. I now have 7 of those. That's either a lot or not enough. I have no idea as to which. Okay, no, that's not the day. That's ow. Okay. We're having a problem, gamers. That problem is I now need to go on a bathroom break. Storm Cloud is sitting on my lap. It's really comfy. It's been sitting there for like the last hour and change. But I'm going to need to get up in a second. Oh. Kidding me. There was a way up this way. Oh my gosh. Leave it to me to do things the hard way. I'm gonna get up here. Unfortunately, I need to go on break for a second. So everyone get up, stretch, go to the bathroom, refill your water, do whatever it is you need to do. I will return shortly. See you soon.
Okay, and we are back, everyone. Hopefully you got to stretch, rest your eyes a second, walk around, take your meds if you needed to. Got some water, maybe got some food. Whatever it is you need to do, take care of yourself. Please do take care of yourself. While I was focusing on the game and on chat and everything, I didn't notice it. But Gremlin and Potato both snuck into the room and are both snuggled up together on the bed behind me. It's really, really cute. So I've got Stormcloud on my desk, and these two beautiful goobers snuggled up together on a doggy bed. Truly, I am blessed by furry creatures. Let's see if we can't fix whatever problem it is that they're having with this turbine. Well, whatever's burning over there could be a problem, or it could just be a fire. Why there's a fire here? I don't know. Can you tell me why the fire's here? No? Okay. Oh, oh, no. Okay. And okay. Yeah, we're gonna be doing this. Oh. Even better. Shortcut. Don't mind if I don't. Okay, now I'm confused. There's different, multiple ways to get up here? Oh, hello. Okay, good. I want money. I want more money. Huh. Yeah, that would have been difficult to do on the bottom level. The wind tower. Got a very, like, post-apocalyptic diesel punk vibe to this. Like, I want to call it like it's akin to a Zelda game, but there's not any combat, really. I certainly... Like, I'm of the opinion that not all games need combat in order to be interesting. There needs to be some kind of conflict. But it doesn't need to be combat. It doesn't need to be fighting. Sometimes that conflict is just, you know... How do you get to do the things that you want to do? Like, this game is... Like, we're going to be taking into account, like, the various styles of story. I don't remember the exact, like, full grid of them. We have like self versus self, self versus nature, self versus others, self versus, like that kind of stuff. This is definitely a self versus nature kind of story. Not in the sense of it's about like defeating nature per se, but rather it's about dealing with the obstacles in the world around you. That's weird. That usually happens around the mask guys. Oh, that's funny. I went to mute my microphone, and the hotkey I have made me crouch. Oh, hello. Okay. What am I supposed to do with this rock? That was a pretty bad throw, kid. Not gonna lie. Ah. Bouldering top. Although they won't help me climb further, the hand wraps and lightweight fit of this gear are great for making scaling mountains heights more comfortable. I gotta see what that looks like. Very, very like Legends of Korra, like very Korra-esque right there. I'm gonna keep that for right now, but that is a cool look. I will find some other thing that goes with that, I'm sure. Now I gotta find that spot that had door open, because I don't know where that was. Oh, there we go. Ooh, oh. Well, that's pretty cool, I won't lie. What is that chiming sound, though? Oh! Brave! Oh, hey! I've been hit by a rabid dog, oh no! Hey, how's it going? Let me pause this real quick here. I'm sorry, I know we've interacted before, but whenever I'm presented with a name in Twitch chat, I always want to call someone a name, and I know you go by something else. And it's Maddie, right? I'm not...
getting that out of my head. Like I'm not completely out of my head on that one, right? Maddie, okay, good. Okay, yeah. Hey, how's it going? Oh yeah, hey everyone, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for coming on in. If you are tired, if you're hungry, if you're thirsty, if you gotta go to the bathroom, if you gotta go to bed, by all means, please go. Take care of yourself after the raid. I'm glad that you came on over. I hope you had a good time. Let me give you a quick little. I learned how to do this properly last night because I was fumbling with it, and there we go. That's the one. There we go. There's another command in there. I've been enjoying it. It's been great. Okay, so the first hover bike they give you, the beat, like this beater, in my ears was like nails on a chalkboard because it sounded like it was going to explode every second I was riding it. Once I got past that, it has been gorgeous. Like everything past, everything not involving that original one, it's been so good. And I just got up this big tower and got this Legend of Korra style like tank top and hand wraps and this very kind of mechanical stuff. But I really just like this outfit right now by itself. And I desperately need money because I blew all of my money on my bike because I wanted to get cool new parts. It's such a pretty game. I was mentioning earlier, you can see the animation style. It's a very, like, specific animation style where they're just doing, like, I don't know the exact, like, I don't know if the numbers like on the 2s or on the 3s, but, like, it's got this very, very just beautiful animation. The colors are gorgeous, and the design is just amazing. I've been gushing about this game for, like, practically the entire time. I'm going to now try and... Oh, hey now. I didn't even know this was here. Oh, hey, it's one of these things. I can get a chum egg. I don't know what these are, or what they do. But again, they're weird and cool. And, like, that's just, like, most of this game is just... It's weird, it's cool, it's got this beautiful landscape to it, and... Don't worry. We have... It's like the glider from Breath of the Wild, except it's a bubble, which is really cool. And where did I put my bike? My bike is over here. And just these little touches they put in are just so great. Oh, there it is. But there's no combat, at least not yet, and it's just kind of, you drive around and you do things for people, and it's really cute. And the animation on this bike is really neat, because you see that, and then I switch to like this other mode, and the wings pop out, and it just looks so cool. Yeah, the sound design is also really good. That was one thing I was really kind of going on, because like when you get the first bike, the engine was like, I hated it, but it was so good because it was so bad. It's like when you have just someone who acts really well and you really hate them as that character because they're such a good actor, even if they're like the nicest person. Like one of the best, like when it comes to like sci-fi sound design in particular, one of my favorite games is Elite Dangerous, because the sound design in that game is immaculate. Like every ship sounds different. The various weird things in the galaxy sound really cool, and I love good sound design. It's actually one of the things I really liked when I first started playing some other games. Like I stopped playing it after a while, but when I first started playing Phasmo. Oh yeah, welcome on in. Yeah. So I should mention I do have anonymous follows on. So if you don't want me to call you out, that's fine. If you want to say something in chat, that's cool too. But yeah, I just like let people vibe and hang out. But Phasmo, what I loved about it was that it had just such excellent sound design. Subnautica also fantastic sound design and graphic design. And just flying around in this is just really satisfying. But yeah, you can like do missions and for people, like do things for them, and you can like get parts to upgrade your bike. You can get pieces of clothing, and like it's no like the bike upgrade parts seem to have some stats associated with it, but the clothing is just however you want to look, and then you can like paint the bike whatever colors you want. So yeah, I saw Atlas playing this, Atlas Eris, and I was just enamored by it because it was just so good. And yeah, so I was just like, I gotta try this out for myself. Oh yeah, yeah. When you first like really kind of figure something out and you start learning stuff about it, it's so much fun. It's why like when when I was a kid, I like cartoons, and I've mentioned this before in my chat. I actually studied animation very briefly in college. Not enough to keep going with it because I found out that it's really hard, and I didn't quite have the dedication to go through with it. But I still love animation, and knowing enough about it to be studying it from that angle really makes you appreciate the animation that you do see all the much more. Like there's this one. Have you ever seen Mob Psycho 100? Because the outro video for that for the first season, like you look at it and it's like, okay, it's kind of a weird animation style, but I know what kind of animation style that was. And if you don't know, it's called oil on glass, which is basically just, for those of you who don't know, it's you put glass on like on top of a light source, and you put oil over it, and then you move the oil around to make the images that you want to see. And so to make a new image, you smear the oil in a slightly different direction, and so you can't really kind of go back and redo it, which is just absolutely. Oh, that's a cool slide. It's so hard to do, and that ending, if it had been done with like paper animation or something, would be like, okay, it's a nice ending. But because it was done on oil animation, I was like, holy shit, that's amazing. And it gives you a better appreciation for the art that you see. Like when Spider-Verse came out and it had the, kind of like this, the animation that wasn't as fluid and had the more staccato feel to it and everything. I really appreciated that because it brought a lot of loud bellowing greeting nearly makes me jump out of my skin, but as I turn to see who's there, I find only darkness. Up here! Now I spot a waving figure. Oh, I don't see him. Cast in shadow. Impressive, isn't it, Glider? Are you jealous? Very. Ha, I knew it. Bet a small fry like you couldn't make it up here. An oddly combative energy to bring to a conversation with a stranger. I'll give them that. Yet something about it finds a home in my brain. Small fry. Little sable. Tiny little sable. Grain of sand tossed about by gentle wind. Look up at their tittering silhouette. Challenge accepted. Okay, that's cool. But yeah, so like mixed media animation. I was talking earlier about Bocchi the Rock, which also, if anyone hasn't seen it yet, definitely suggest watching it because one, if you've got any kind of social anxiety or kind of anxiety in general, you're going to feel very seen in that show. But two, the animation of that show is amazing, and they experiment with different animation styles in the show as like Bocchi is disassociating from their anxiety. And so you get all these wonderful bits of just random animation thrown in there and of different styles. Like there's one part that's like rotoscope, there's one part that's 3D. Yeah, so definitely I strongly recommend it. Plus, the animators had a huge amount of love for what they were doing because there's such excellent care taken in just some of the smallest little movements and like nothing like you get into the anime, you get Sakuga, you get the big Jujutsu Kaisen anime action moments where the big structure turns into like a million little blocks and then explodes, and that's all cool, and I love all that. Don't get me wrong, but there's such care and diligence put into just a little walk cycle or someone turning the corner and taking off their shoes as they enter a building, and these little affectations the characters have when they do those things, which is just so awesome to see in an animation where it's literally just, a bunch of kids making a band and dealing with social anxiety and other such things as acceptance. So yeah, yeah. That kind of stuff is just so good when the characters are animated in their own way because you get into this thing where like you get into like you make a walk cycle. Your goal when you make your first walk cycle is just to make something that works, right? You want 12, maybe 24 frames if you're really getting detailed, but just something that will loop, and that's it. There was a Western animation, like the old the Jungle Book and the Disney's Robin Hood, those two Disney films, where the animator had this little like head tilt and like shake that he would do. That was his own signature style, and it's so hard to do that in animation that particular way, and he just did it casually, like just to flex on people. Why? Because. And I love that kind of stuff. I love those little touches that people throw into animation. Because animation, again, it's really hard. It's super hard to do. You know, you're making 20 to 30 drawings, like well, usually 12 to 20 something drawings per second of animation. You know, you get a half-hour kids show that's 23, 24 minutes. Hold on. I'm gonna bust out the calculator because I can't do that math in my head very easily. But like, let's say you're doing 24 frames per second. 60 seconds. Oops, not times, not plus times. 60 times another 24. That doesn't sound right. I did something wrong. Did I? 576 something frames. 576 individual drawings that you have to do for one kids show. I probably butchered some numbers there, but still, that's a lot. James Baxter. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, that's the guy's name. So good, so amazingly good. Huh. Oh, okay, so. Okay, yeah. But yeah, that kind of stuff with animation is just, it's so good. Oh, I lost the camera for a second there. Oops. But yeah, and it really just is something I love to see, and that's why I like like I went back and watched the original Gundam, because I never actually watched the original Gundam until last year. I had kind of seen like a couple of the movies and like a few episodes of like Gundam Wing, which I wasn't super thrilled with because it wasn't really my thing. But the animation for the original Gundam, like, it's old. You can tell it's old. It's made for TV. It's not as good as a lot of modern anime would be, but it still actually really was pretty good. And so, like, I actually hunted down the Lost episode, the Island of Cooper's Dome, or whatever, and I see why they didn't like that episode. I see why they were like, okay, we're done with this. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, it wasn't that bad. Like, it wasn't good, but it wasn't that bad. There's a lot of things get off model. A lot of things happen. You know, that's just kind of the way it is, especially with older animation. Oh, wow. That was loud. But it's not like it was horrific. But it wasn't what they wanted to do. It wasn't up to the standards they were hoping to have. So, like, I understand them being like, okay, we're gonna redo this another time. Which, you know, I saw the movie and they did it better. It was kind of weird though when I watched the movie, because there was a character who was in that movie who didn't show up until later in the show, but apparently was already there in the manga. I don't know all the differences between the manga and the anime, but Slater Law, who is just this ridiculous dude, has the greatest line in the movie. It's like, so, you ever been court-martialed? Like, we're gonna go save him. I don't care what happens. We're saving Amuro. But yeah. The story I heard was that, and this may be apocryphal. I don't know if this is the case or not. But apparently, when they created Slayer Law, they wanted him to be to look like Sylvester Stallone. because like Rocky and Rambo had just been recently out. And the problem was nobody in the animation studio knew what Sylvester Stallone looked like, so they just kind of drew like a cocky American. And it worked. Like, weirdly, it still kind of looks like Sylvester Stallone with blonde hair. I don't know how, but they got there. And he's one of the more fun characters. All right. Hi. There they are. I walk towards the climber, chest puffed with performative pride and a well-earned swagger in my walk. Doesn't matter if I'm a little sweaty. They can't see that. It's fine. Not bad for a small fry, yeah. I think expecting more antagonism, but what I get is a laugh. Well done! I'm impressed. I'm not above eating my words when I've been proven wrong. Here. They toss a climber's badge my way, and mercifully I catch it. Today really is my day. You've earned that glider. Only a climber could take that taunt and meet the challenge head on. It's been sent like no other this heap, and you should be proud you pulled it off. I take everything back. You're very big, Fry. Hey, wait a minute. I'll take it. That was cute. I love games where they're just like, the stakes are relatively low. Like, don't be wrong. I like the games like Stakes of the End of the World, everything's on fire, all that kind of stuff. But, stakes being relatively low and just having a good time and exploring the world, also a lot of fun. Especially if the game itself is fun. Uh-oh. Okay. I don't know what happened there. Game just said, okay, you're up there, fine. Want to be up so bad? Oh, you read the original Gundam manga? That's cool. Yeah, I got to, I started watching some of Zeta, and I haven't gotten completely through it yet, but it's, what I like about the original Gundam, when I watched it, was that they actually, it's like, there's, a lot of people see Amuro, especially in that show, as being very whiny and very, self-centered and kind of annoying. And I'm like, I don't know, he kind of reads to me like, this is a kid who's gone through some serious trauma. So they did a good job with that, and I think they actually achieved that pretty well with what they did in the show. Of just kind of detailing, like, hey, yeah, this kid, he's kind of going through it. There's a bit where, like, yeah, you can tell, like, they're trying to show him having, like, PTSD from having, like, killed people, having to go to war when he is still a child. Being forced into military service to survive. And the trauma of his mother completely rejecting him for that. And his father, like, I kind of don't like what they did with the father, because they kind of just wrote him off as like, well, we don't want to have to deal with him. So he's just kind of he got seriously injured, I'll just say, and we're going to just leave it at that. I'm like, all right. Kind of a stance to take after what he did with his mom, but sure, whatever. Ooh. I didn't expect it to go like full flailing skydiver mode there. What do I have in the way of cash? Not a lot. Back to... Alright. And also, like, the UI on this game is just so clean. Like, you know exactly where you're going. You can see everything very clearly. There's no ambiguity as to what's going on. Shinji, yeah. Like, so when I watched Evangelion back in the day, I admit I kind of lost track of it, and then I found out the ending of the original Evangelion. That was a rough time. And I feel bad for the series creator, because, like, clearly the series creator was going through it in a very real way. Like, he was putting his mental struggle up on film for everyone to see, and on top of that was dealing with running out of money and everything for the entire show. And so yeah, it's a lot. And yeah, there's a lot of details because like, well, yeah, I'm riding my bike. It's okay, Cam. I'm all right. It's okay. Thank you for checking me in, I guess. But yeah, it's like there's certain things that get lost, I guess. In sometimes it's in translation, sometimes it's just in like what the story is meant to be. Like I had a friend once who actually argued with me that The Lord of the Rings was a great series of books, but was made worse for the inclusion of the hobbits. I just kind of stood there for a minute, like, what? Oh, Gremlin. Marisol Fable? The Marisol Fable? I gotta stop again. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah, you guys are putting me to the test tonight. Also, hi, Fred. Fred says hi to so many other people. We got Breakfast Marsupial. We got Missy. Please forgive old Peapod here. I'm still getting used to all this. This is you all so wonderful. I am just genuinely thankful that you're all here and saying hello. I'm fumbling around and rambling about. I'm glad you all are enjoying it. But welcome on in, Marisol. Thank you to everyone who's coming in from the raid. I'm Morden Rise. I think I missed my introduction last time. I'm your resident Voidside mechanic, an old man. I stream video games. I sometimes stream building things. I'm also a bit of a voice actor, so I may do some voices here and there. Welcome on in. If you're tired from the raid, if you're hungry, if you need to go to the bathroom, if you need to take your meds, if you need to sleep, please take care of yourselves first. Thank you for coming by. I very much appreciate it. Thank you for the liquid nitrogen. My cooling systems probably need a little bit of help back on the ship. So the raid, I set up 2 sound alerts. One is the follower noise, which is just a ping, which is like a little sonar ping, and it's anonymous. And the raid noise is Gremlin saying hello. Gremlin is one of my dogs, and she is a very strange creature who makes very strange noises. And I got a recording of that, and I was like, yeah, that sounds weird enough. Let's put that in. So that's Gremlin, the communications officer, saying hello. It's and okay, they were a few minutes ago. They were all in the same room with me. I had Stormcloud, my cat, up on the desk in the bed. Well, he was on my lap before I took a break. And then Potato and Gremlin were on a bed behind me, and they'd snuck up there and they were cuddling together. It was really cute. I think they're actually getting dinner now. But yeah, welcome on in. I've been playing Sable and talking about animation and video games and kind of stuff. And oh, hello, Gremlin. Gremlin just walked in with a toy, and it's like, "Bro, please play." So you might hear some Gremlin noises and some bouncing around stuff as she throws the toy herself to try and catch it. Yeah, they're great. In my debut, I have pictures of them. I should put them up on Twitter at some point. I'll definitely send you pictures if you haven't seen them yet. So Potato is about 75 pounds. He's made of muscle and tongue, and is otherwise a very anxious and sweet cuddlebug. Gremlin is about 30 some odd pounds of energy and well, mostly energy right now. Affection too. She's very cuddly. She likes to snuggle all the time. She also likes to wrestle, which is what Potato is like. Okay, hold on. I want to sleep. Calm down. And Gremlin, who's not even a year old yet, is going, no, wrestle time, come on. And Stormcloud is a formerly feral cat that was rescued. My first pet as an adult, honestly. And she's a bit older, but she's about 7 pounds. She's very tiny, and she can actually like sit on my shoulder sometimes. Earlier, she was sitting down completely on one leg. But yeah, they're all sweet. And while there's a little bit of tension between Gremlin and Stormcloud, mostly because Gremlin's like, I want to play, and Stormcloud's like, no. So yeah. But like when Gremlin's sleepy, Stormcloud will come up and give her a little kiss. It's really sweet. They all really do love each other. It's just we got to get, Gremlin's got to stop being a little puppy first and get a little bit of maturity and learn to take no graciously. So yeah. But yeah, welcome on in. I've been playing Sable, which is this gorgeous game. Like, look at this. Look at this. This is absolutely gorgeous. Where you're just riding around on a hover bike, exploring the world, talking to people, helping people out. And it's meant to be a game where you're kind of on a journey of discovery of both the world around you and yourself, and what kind of role you want to take in the world. Which is a really great concept for a game. It's kind of like you set out and you build your hover bike and oh, what was that? That the game, or was that? Okay. I'm confused. I don't know what happened. Atlas Aris, Myosha, coming to see me play Sable. I actually watched Atlas play Sable a little while back, and I was taken by I'd seen it before. I was like, oh, let's see it. And so I saw Atlas playing it, and it looked gorgeous and really sweet and everything. And Atlas, I immediately blew all of my money on the Junker setup here because I mean, I love it when parts move like that. Yeah, the Beetle one looks cool. I'm gonna pick that up next. But I spent all my money. I spent all of my money on that scrapper equipment. I had just exactly 450 bits, and it was the perfect amount. Utari greets me warmly. How may I help? Utari's delight is obvious. I see it even in my approach. They radiate with energy. You did it! Thank you and well done, both of you. Did you have much trouble? None at all. Of course not, and why would you? You were meant to do it. Now, for your, I won't say reward. Now, for what you're owed. Utari produces a machinist badge, holding it out for me to take. You may have been a little late in coming, but here you are where you are meant to be. I give you this badge not only in recognition of where you have been and what you have done, but in honor of one of many possibilities. That you may, if you so choose, become one of us, who speak the unheard language of Simoon and her vast connections. This badge is but one, and you will need to earn more from others who carry them. But if and when you do, the caster will know what you have chosen, and you may wear the mask of the machinist. I thank Utari for it, and tell them I have much to consider. But for just a moment, I hear the faintest ringing in my left ear, distant and deep, like a river below the sands. Listen. But yeah, no, definitely get some dinner. Yeah, no, it's good to see you. I was hoping you'd make it in for this one so you could see me just noodle around in this place, because it is gorgeous. Also, apparently, just to remove anxiety, because I actually am afraid of heights in video games under certain circumstances, there's no fall damage in this game. So you don't have to worry about me pancaking, as far as I can tell. Oh yeah, totally, man. Get some food. Get some good food. Get something tasty. Alton barely looks up at me. Better have something for me, Glider. They'll scrap metal. I fetch everything I found for him, handing it over piece by piece. I say goodbye to Alton. Well, let's see, it was 75 for the other one, so I'm 5 credits. I'm 5 monies short. 5 monies short of being able to get the other parts. But yeah, totally, if you need to take some rest, if you came in from the raid, or if you just walked in, take care of yourselves. Because, I mean, yeah, you gotta take care of yourself. You gotta take it slow. Another anime I saw, well, I'd say recently, but everything's recent to me under certain circumstances, was this one, like, I spent 300 years leveling by killing slimes and hit max level. And, like, one of the things I loved about that one, it was a very silly show, but the thing I like about that one was, like, the core concept was the person who got isekai was an office worker who overworked herself, literally to death, and didn't even, you know, get remembered by the company or anything. And so basically said, okay, in this next life, I just want to take it easy. I don't want to have to be stressing all the time. Alright, first of all, recently as defined by the Seven Dwarfs, I cannot confirm or deny that I saw that movie in theaters when it first came out, but but yeah, no, I look, if it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, it's recent to me. You know, if it was 20 years ago, I guess it was a while back. As you get older, things start to blur together, and you'll face it too. Trust me. Everyone got a taste of it over the pandemic. Let me tell you, because the pandemic was, you know, that year was a real bad decade for a lot of people, and it's just kind of moved on since then. So I am now going to try and hunt down the map. Okay, cartographer this way. Going for the balloons. But yeah, so it was, I guess that one came out 4 years ago, 3 years ago. I don't remember which anymore. But it was, the entire point of it was just, you gotta just relax. And it's also kind of the same thing of like Mob Psycho 100 and One Punch Man, where it's not the same exact message, but it's a similar mentality of working for the sake of working, living just for work, or living just to be the best at whatever it is you do, isn't enough. Life requires living. You have to, you know, you have to form friendships. You have to form relationships. You have to be around people. And, you know, for all the ridiculous shown in action of One Punch Man and Mob Psycho, the entire point of the show, both of them really, is they want to just kind of live happy lives. And Mob Psycho, I think, does a slightly better job of it than One Punch Man, though I do like One Punch Man. But Mob Psycho is like, this kid's the strongest psychic in the world. All he wants to do is, like, improve his body a bit, so he's got a nice body, and get into a relationship with a girl that he likes. That's it. He doesn't want to be fighting these gigantic fights against spirits and other psychics and stuff. Like, that's not his reason for living. It's the normal things, the regular things, the things that a lot of people look at and kind of go, well, everyone does that. That's not special. And no, it's not. But it's important. And there's a substantial difference between it being something being special and something being important. And I really like the lyrics of the first season of just, you know, if everything is, you know, if you have to be special to be what you are, then or to be what you want to be, you'll never get there. But if nobody is special, then you can do whatever it is you want to do. And that is huge for a lot of people to be able to hear, because people go, oh, you're naturally talented, you're naturally this, you're naturally that. No. There's some aspects of things that you can do more easily or less easily because of, you know, how you were born. But nearly everything is a skill that you can cultivate in ways that are that make you better at it, that make you professional at it. And it really comes down to what you have the most passion for. And, you know, some things are going to be harder. Again, like, this isn't to completely discount the idea that, like, yeah, there's some things that make things harder in life. But you can do a lot of things you set your mind out to. You might just do it in slightly different ways than what people might be expecting. Speaking of which, I'm going to do some voice work now. I greet the cartographer shyly, a little cowed by how alone we are up here, how intimate that sometimes feels, despite it being so much a part of my gliding. She responds with what sounds like a warm smile. Hello there, glider. Thanks for taking the time to climb all the way up here. Surveying gets a little lonely sometimes, you know? I tell her I do, given how lonely I can get on the sand sometimes. Hope Simoon isn't here. So then, what is it that you need? Can I buy a map? Of course. Oh, what the? Just gonna let me buy a badge? Huh. Okay, well. Thanks, Glider. Goodbye. Let's worth a look nearby. Ask if there's anything worth a look nearby. She chuckles to herself. Of course. You don't think I'm standing up here for nothing, do you? Have you been to the Great Wind Tower yet? Get up there and you can see for ages. And Burnt Oak Station is close as well. You'll never guess why it's called that. I think about it. She goes on before I can shout my prediction. And if you're a fan of insects, there's a gigantic Hercules beetle nest nearby. Gigantic Hercules beetle nest nearby. You know, rumor has it they can lift 100 times their own body weight. Can I help you, Glider? What other regions are nearby? Ask what other regions are nearby. Glad you asked. Head south if you wish to see the white sands of the Wash. West, you'll find the Red Sea and its myriad secrets. And to the east are the salt plains of the Waste. That sounds good to me. Alright, thank you. Can I get onto this thing? I can't climb. That's a shame. But also, I would not want to actually ride that thing. But now, everybody look. Bright green glass. It might be used to repair headphones. Okay, that's where I park. Alright, let's see here. I now have a proper map of the area. Station. Wind tower. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I need money. I need money like unto one might read about. I like that in this game, if you missed it earlier, a grandmotherly like character basically gives you just a huge chunk of change and goes, spend it wisely. At least some of it. The rest of it spend unwisely. I'm just like, yeah. That's good advice. What's this? Is this moving? Okay, it's like hovering. Hello. More than once, the moon has slowed over a dune without my asking, or taken an unexpected but gentle curve around an invisible something. And I've wondered if she's drawing from a memory of a time before. But lately, I've wondered if she's tuning into another, different flow altogether. The movements of fish as they swim beneath the sands. I approach the angler with this in mind, and
think how interesting it must be to find one's calling in fishing, reaching out for things one cannot see. Might even teach me some patience. Hello there, Glider. What can I do for you? What do I want to talk about? I'd like to learn to fish. The angler nods. Fancy the angler mask, eh? Hope you're more patient than some of these gliders. I'm working on that. I'm certain he smirks. Well, either way, the first thing you'll need is a fishing rod, and I'll give you one of my old ones. Good for a trainee. Take this. You can use this to cast off anywhere you can find some sand. Anywhere? Anywhere. Whether you get a bite or not will be another matter, but that's the trick of being an angler. Feeling it out. I nod. If you want to earn the mask, that's how you do it. I'm not here to waste your time if you're not here to waste mine. For your first badge, all I'll need to see is some fish from right here in Sandsea. Bring me a bellow guppy, pebble eye, and a pillfish, and we're good. And remember, every species has its own habitat. You'll have to search around to find where they live. But, word to the wise, lots of fish survive by nibbling on the root of plants. That should give you a place to start. I thank him and depart. Good luck out there. Sweet. Didn't expect fishing in this game, I'm gonna be honest. Given, you know, the locale. Oh, okay. Dopey Dart. Found across Sandsea, these goofy-looking fish are extremely quick, but remarkably unintelligent. A bland but nutritious offering on plates across Midden. I feel like the game is laughing at me a little, but that's fine. Alright, let's see here. Oh, what's this over here? It's like a city. Huh. Huh. Looks like the beetles are inside. No? That's mildly ominous the way they just put that out there, but alright, alright. Ah. Loot sense tingle. Ooh. Nesting giant. Oh, that is okay. Hmm. Still have no idea what to do with these. But I have more of them now. Doesn't matter if I'm playing Genshin, Breath of the Wild, or this game. I'm going to find walls to accidentally climb up. I love that animation. Okay. Yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, I actually have something rather severe case of acrophobia, and it travels over to video games. But weirdly, it doesn't affect me in video games where falling itself is like demonstrably safe, or like I have some kind of gliding mechanic I can do. So like because I've got the gliding mechanic here, and I know that it won't actually hurt me to fall, it doesn't bother me as much. Okay. And... oh. There you go. Go get it. Oh. I think I know what I'm trying to do here. No. No. Back here. Come on. Oh, you gotta love it when like little clouds of fog show up, because that just tells me something stinks down here. Alright, that's one. Hey, this is some incredible wood. Okay, that's mildly concerning on a number of levels.
mean, more money is more money. I spent a fair amount. Let's see how much I've got right now. 160. Need a bit more for the beetle parts. That's okay. Green silo elevator. Oh, and it's such a weird thing. Hmm. There we go. Problem solved. Okay. I need to catch a pebble eye, a billow guppy, and a billfish. Best of burnt oak station. That way. I feel like that's where I want to move on. But let's see what I get paid. This whole little expedition. Oh, okay. Well, I really am a far way out, aren't I? What's that over there? Oh, couldn't hurt to go take a look. Gremlin, don't trip up on the desk. Gremlin. Thank you. I know. I know. Your big sister's up there. can't really fit on my lap, girl. Not that. Oh, Gremlin's trying to get up onto my desk and onto my lap. And up to Stormcloud. Here. Oh no. Oh man. I know, you're very excited. Hey. Yeah. I don't know what that is, but I'm betting there's going to be scrap on it. It might be that tower I climbed earlier. Climber taunting me. But now it looks like the sand crawler from Star Wars. Houdini! Oh wow, that's like a mostly intact starship right there. Well, okay, the superstructure seems like it's mostly intact. Huh. Dunboyne. Oh, yeah, I know I mentioned this earlier. Well, I think I know where that needs to go. Oh. Huh. Okay. I don't know why that piece of boring needs to like that, but what is behind this? Oh. Okay. That was a very aggressive door closing sound. This lets me out. Alright. Find and look. Yeah, that's very aggressive sounding, game. That is very aggressive sounding. Right.
dear. Oh, boy, I made a mistake, didn't I? Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. I back. There we go. Okay, let's see if I can make that. Okay, yeah, all right, yeah, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing's wrong. Hold on. I thought as much. It's not a lot of soil, little guy. You sure about that? I mean, if you're sure, that's fine. It's your call. Yeah, it makes sense. I can't jump. I'm glad the developers knew that I would be, inquisitive. Let's just I think inquisitive. Oh, hold on a second. Excuse me. Ramlin. Come here. Little beast. Alright, come here. She just hopped into the bed behind me. Yes! I got a treat. Ooh. Hey there, Blue Man Group. I encounter a strange, luminous figure. He greets me before I even have a chance to be frightened. New user found. Hello. Please enter your new username. I find myself whispering my own name. Something feels odd in my mouth. Maybe this is the first time I've said it aloud. Welcome, Sable. I've set up a new account for you. I asked the mysterious figure about themselves. I am the ship's simulated anthropomorphic registry and informational nexus, but you can call me Saren. I asked Saren what they're doing here. I'm not entirely sure, Sable. Most of my data modules appear to be corrupted. I'm attempting to access ship records. Saren goes still for a moment. Transferring ship's log to your inbox. You have unread messages, Sable. Okay. Here are your unread messages. Recording 1. Panel blinks to light. Strange markings and symbols I assume to be ancient texts spill across the street. Strange markings and symbols I assume to be ancient texts spill across the screen as the background colors flash wildly. And then, with a strange buzzing like old fabrics pulling apart, there are voices. Within long-range sensors, Captain, picking up some anomalous readings from the upper atmosphere. Could be a plasma storm, but the radiation signature doesn't quite match. Maintain approach at current speed. What's our time to destination? 46 Earth hours, give or take. Good. Let's keep an eye on those energy signatures. And get Saren on it. And get Saren in on it, too, for pattern recognition. Captain, we need to purge our reactor soon. If we don't... I know. I'm aware of the risks, Ellis. But I'm aware of the risks, Ellis, but I'm not purging in the middle of space. We follow a protocol and recording fails, and the static continues. A few button pushes bring silence in the screen that looks navigable in some way, but I can't decipher anything. No unread messages. Alright. Getting some unfortunate history lessons into maybe how people got onto this planet. These meant to be bunks? Oh, why would you put bunks on the bridge? Like the second worst place to have them. That's interesting. That's very interesting indeed. Gremlin and Potato are busy playing. Alright, let's see here. Alright, this should do the trick. Hell yeah. What is this? Oh, hey. Oh, hell yeah, there we go. Hey, both of you. Potato. Potato. Go. Let's be the responsible one. Both of you. Sit. You sit. I know you can. That is a lot of scrap metal right there. That is way too loud. Give me a sec. There we go. That should be. Bunch of scrap. Now we can head back. Get those beetle parts. Check out more of the world. Alright. Look for more of Saren's terminals. Well, that's a problem for another time, I think. But, heading back to the town, getting paid, and getting some more customization options for this bike, that's something we can do pretty quick. Okay, and can I do... I'm going to try another 6 jump here in a second. All right, here we go. Back to town. You've got no mail. Greetings, Glider. What can I do for you? I have the larval husks you asked for. Tifa started clapping the moment I caught her eye. Ah, you got them. Old Mother Beetle didn't give you too much trouble. I hand her the husks, lighter than air but strong as steel, as she slides them away in a cloth bag. These will really come in handy, thank you. Actually, there's one more thing you could do for me. You can take these husks to Ecria and deliver them to Ian in the Chime Maker's workshop. Hey. Anything else I can help you with? Say goodbye. All right. Cool, and or beans. All right. I would like to trade with you. I got virtually no money left, but my bike is probably going to look real cool in a minute. Hey. You need to calm down too, little girl. You're just jumping in my lap right now. I don't know if you've ever had a 30-pound dog jump in your lap before, but it is an interesting experience. Oh, handling goods. Okay. That's interesting. So, basic bike, handling. These wings look weird, but let's see. Let's see how that looks, actually. Huh. Hey. Excuse me just a moment, folks. Alright. Potato and Gremlin are really going at it, but I think this is actually a pretty good place to stop for the night. I got nice new modifications to my bike. I'm going to do that a little bit more as it goes on. But let's see, how do I save? I haven't actually figured that out. System, save. Yes, save over the active save slot. I have no idea if this has been... in my lap. You can stay here. You're down there. Okay. Good babies. Okay. So, I'm going to move us over here real quick to the Just Chatting screen. And I am going to get us ready to go and do a raid. Let's see who we have available to raid tonight. I think we're going to go say hello to Tony, who is playing Apex Legends. So, let's have a quick little raid message here.
And go ahead and copy and paste that for the raid. I will send us over into the ending screen so we can get ready. And thank you all for coming and saying hello, saying hi. If you came in from a raid, thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it. You guys are all fantastic. And I will see you again on Saturday, where I'll be making a new piece of Gunpla. It's technically not Gunpla because it's from Macross, but the concept is the same. The company is the same. So yeah, I will see you all, and I hope you all have a lovely week. Till I see you again. Have a good one, folks. Actually, we're gonna have to change the target because I don't think I can. Hold on. Hold on, something's happening. I'm trying to. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Starting the raid. All right, let's go, everybody. Have a good one. Good night. I had a button wrong. Sorry, kids.